Alright, so I think I learned a very valuable lesson today. Do not play Elite Dangerous on a $600 PC that you busted like half the budget on the graphics card for, and made out of just a literal scrap you just had lying about in your house. Yeah, just my entire computer nearly just locked up playing it earlier, and yeah, it took a few tries to actually get a stream going because yeah, OBS would just not work at all. No matter how many times I booted it up. But finally I got it to work, mercifully. But you. Alright everyone, it is I, Schroeder Jackson Valentine. Today, we're gonna be finishing up, well, we're gonna be looking for the last few endings of the Stanley Parable, thus, pretty much finishing it up, needless to say. I've really had a lot of fun with this game. And, hey Game Chicken, how you doing? It's a real hell of a game. It is one of, like, not only narrative-wise, not only, like, all the importance and and all that stuff, like, not only that, but just in terms of being a great experience. It was one of the games that I really enjoyed the most. There we go. I posted in Discord. So, yeah, let's get to this. Let's actually find it. Wait up. Hold on a minute. Yeah, my PC's being a little sluggish, so if you notice it's syncing a little slower than usual, like it doing the scan sync a little slower than usual, that's because, as I previously explained, Elite Dangerous nearly caused my PC to die, like nearly killed my PC earlier. I don't think we'll be playing that ever again. Well, until I get a new PC, that is. But, hang on. There's a fourth one now? Let's see. Legend of... No, Saturday night. What should I go? Should I do Saturday Night Tuesday? Yeah, Saturday Night Tuesday! Brilliant. Damn! This actually goes hard right here. Holy. Saturday Night Tuesday. It's Saturday Night Tuesday live. Oh my god. It's so stupid and I love it. I love the title. Yeah, we're gonna do epilogue. We already finally unlocked it in the last stream, by the way. Took a long time and hard resetting and starting from the beginning all over again, and just like 3 different things just to try to get it to work. But finally, it actually works. Very stressful. the way, wait up! This is actually the same desert we see in the skip button. An office, or rather, a campfire with our friend, the office chair. Oh god! Sandstorm. You probably know what song I'm referencing there. I should totally play that on my... You know what? I'm gonna add Darude's Sandstorm to my background music. Yeah. Yes. How our grandparents said they went to school. You see, it was a long journey through ruins and deserts and sandstorms, not the Darude type. Property of Stanley. Hang on, there we go. Now it's detecting the right amount of viewers. Sometimes my YouTube studio will just not detect the right amount of viewers. I think it has to do with whatever funkiness is going on with my PC. Like, whatever's, you know, like, all the stuff wrong with my PC might be what's caused that, too. But I have the bucket. Cookie Nine's blog review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoy my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Alright. Sorry. Dull, uninspired, and often insulting? What made the first game veers off into territory a definitely deep hole? Leave no hole unexplored. That hole was weird, by the way. When I jumped it, all the times, like, it got very bizarre. Go guy? Piss order? What? Boblin. Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits for the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Da 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 da. God, I love that music. I need to find it. Instead, we get uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing! I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. The reassurance bucket. And I just realized, but that is a northern petrol. Um. Oh, thank you. Thanks. That's actually really nice. Thank you so much. Saves me a lot of time, to be honest.
Jim.
Wait a minute.
Jim.
I just realized, but
Jim.
that doesn't do anything. That one doesn't do anything.
Jim. 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 Jim.
Come on, you too.
Jim. 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 Jim.
They never got the code working to say their name, though. It only ever says Jim.
Jim. Jim. Jim. Jim.
Jim.
Jim. Jim. Jim. Jim. Jim. Stanley.
What the?
Stanley. Jim. Stanley.
That one says Stanley.
Stanley. Stanley.
So one of them does work, huh? Do any of the others work? Let's see.
Jim. 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 Jim.
Yeah, he didn't have time. So most of them say Jim. Yep. Preserve the artistic integrity. Yep. Ah, it's a green frog drink. Real web. Yeah. Stanley Parable developers, no more no more spin-offs, no more sequels. And what on earth is my PC doing? Why is my hard drive running so big? Oh, right, it's reloading everything from when that godforsaken game earlier nearly crashed it. If you know what game I'm talking about. That, of course, being Elite Dangerous. Yeah, I'm uninstalling that as soon as I finish the stream. When Stanley Parable launched the massive success of 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But the disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in the press release they published today, it's clear that the Stanley Parable is just not more Stanley Parable is just not what fans want. Reads the Fox Brain Work reads the press release. We thought that we had visions of the series that players would be excited about. Yet it turns out it could be anything further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and stop assaulting fans with reckless and creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 20 times in the press release. Get on the green. At least OBS is working better than most of our days with this disastrous PC. Though again, Elite did destabilize my entire PC, so I'm a little bit. I'm watching it extra carefully, let's just say. Hmm. And I know that there were supposed to be figurines there, but we collected all of them when we got in there. The golden glow is still really nice, though. What was that all about, Vixen? Yeah, I need to replace my PC soon. This guy ridiculous. What the? This looks like the original Office. And thank you for joining the new content. I remember that sign. Hmm. It's nice to see you, but terrible to learn that there will probably never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense! The Stanley Parable is not sacred. Oh! That's total BS. Of course it is. It's one of the best games of all time. We do not need to protect it. Again! Oh my god. This just like EA with every single franchise they buy. This right here. Let's just keep making more of it until the sun explodes and then it blows up horribly in their face. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it to the mud back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that's narrator's problems. He was. Yeah, EA grind set. Yep. That was narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Dude, don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact, let me show you. Stay. Oh my god! Oh god. Let's see. A game of... Deadly Coworker. Or Race to the Coworker. Or... Yeah, Stanley versus Coworker. Stanley Parable 5. Stanley versus Coworker. It's absurd. I love it. Yeah. Oh god, it really is the EA grind set. Here goes Stanley the Coworker versus the Coworker. Alright, there, the achievement has been fixed. See, I'm on your side. We're in this together. Let's keep this train rolling. Current time. 6:04 p.m. That's correct. I always do change the bright. Oh God! Damn, this music is a bongo banger. But also, I think that yeah, it looks like an MMA game. Yeah. Yeah, Stanley versus Coworker. Yes. This is perfect. The name and the title screen matched fittingly and lovingly, and I love that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright,
Stanley
let's
worked
play
for a
our
company in this
abomination.
building where he was employee number
Stanley versus Coworker.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
Yeah, he would never quite forget that. does look like I will never forget this beautiful painting. Hmm. Wait a minute. I just realized, can we do the clicking? No, we cannot.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Yeah? What? Climb on the desk. Come on. There we go. Uh, oh, okay.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
There we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. Out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed,
What?
desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity
What the
therein,
fuck?
sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality
God
of time,
damn,
to see one's
this
dreams and
bucket
wishes
has
met halfway,
quite a
meted out in
history.
parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more.
Like, you
There
know,
was so
it's an
much it
amazing
could have
game
done,
when
perhaps,
even the
the bucket wondered to
buckets
itself. Perhaps,
have
if it had
entire,
seen
like,
its own
complex
darkness with a
lore
clearer
behind them.
perception. This was way too much for Stanley. What are you talking about? He screamed. You're a bucket! To this, the bucket furrowed its brow. No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred
Ah,
animals
so
stolen from his
that's
treasured
who
vaults. I was
Gambarata
young back
is.
then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed
What
and
the-
screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
What?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
I already did that,
We would have
but
easily been
I'll do it
overwhelmed
again.
by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come,
He
let's
killed the
restart
bucket.
game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Well, there we go. It's Stanley versus the coworker. There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game
Exactly.
structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought it up in the first place.
Interesting.
Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens.
All right.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
I already did the first option on my first.
So much that I'm going to stop
like my very like the first stream.
Here, continue with the game.
So I decided I'll do the other option this time.
Cheers.
Also, I don't think this one auto restarts you because and the other option, once the music started playing, I expected it to happen, but it never happens. So I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't really work like that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I have. That was actually one that I've done like every single stream, along with the closet one. Oh, room 420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story in any way.
With both. Both with and without bucket. I did both. Let's see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I really do like the opposite of Ward 13. I always thought the lighting effect there was pretty cool.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah, that I already did. I already did the unplugging the phone. I already did the blue door, red door. I did all that. One thing I haven't done yet is bucket have an ending. I have been in there, but I haven't done it all the way.
In the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to implement the code by sheer luck. amazing, he stepped into the new.
And I've also done that for both, but I can't do it again for the bucket one. Because the bucket version of that is just... where we even begin? Like, the bucket version of that gets very wild. And I'll show you here in a minute why I say that.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
I already, of course, did the elevator ending. Like, that was one of the main ones I did.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so...
They made it from a bug into a feature.
You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
You did it.
Good job.
You did.
Good job.
The button ending? Oh, yeah.
Good job. You made it.
Yeah, I have. The skip button. And unfortunately, we cannot do that with the bucket. Or at least I can't.
Careful, should've been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. And I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier. Chase the dreams. But railings don't mean
Anything.
Good job.
You did. Good job. You did. Good job. You did. Good job. You did.
Good job. You did it.
Good job. You did. Good job. You did. Good job. You did.
Good job.
Yeah, I pretty much did.
Good job. You did it.
Yeah, I pretty much did. Oh yeah, that one's really screwed up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Like, okay, the recording one, okay, like,
missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker.
Stanley versus co-worker.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No,
alright, let's
never
see.
mind.
We're going to,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
which should we
Go
do
somewhere
first?
else. The
Which
cargo
of the
lift,
really
yes. Go
weird,
there. Go to the cargo lift.
weird screwed up endings should we do first? Because I could do the bucket phone ending, or I could do the bucket recorder ending first. Yeah. Wait up.
Okay, this is day number 295. Take number... I don't even know.
What the?
Nothing
Like,
feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so
yeah.
differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Yeah, he did away with that one.
Feels so...
They also did away with the party ending.
What do I do
Where all the monitors would start show different colors and weird funky music would play.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour.
Alright.
Bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
What the?
Who's there?
Ah! Yeah, the bucket lord. All the bucket lore of this game is just so bizarre. Like it starts out as a normal bucket, and then the deeper and deeper you go, the more and more like
decided to go to
just
the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never
really
found them
strange
by
the
themselves
bucket lore
and
gets.
constantly needed support and guidance from
Alright.
others, so the thought of
Good night,
total
Gaming Chicken.
solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by...
Actually, no, we need the bucket.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Alright.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket.
This is where the bucket...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee...
This is where things get really strange with the bucket, or well, okay, one of the places.
Never mind, the bucket was wrong.
Because, yeah.
To go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, it gets deeper from there.
No,
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Way
Cargo
deeper.
lift, yes, go there. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Obviously, it's not trying to kill us, so... Well, okay, maybe it will try to kill us eventually.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
I just saw you can.
The bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets
Of course.
can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instruction.
I'm a
video
master
on
at it
comedy
by
that
now.
one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
And you know what? I will show videos of all the unused and or cut endings from the game
What is comedic timing?
at the
What
stream.
is comedic
At the end of the
timing?
stream.
How does it work?
Haha!
How long should it last? How can
Because
it
I'm
be
gonna
used to
do
effectively
all
silence
the
your
endings I
political
actually
enemies?
can.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety?
And then
within
at the
90
end of the
seconds?
stream, I am going
Thankfully,
to
the answer to all of these questions is
I'm gonna show you all the cut stuff.
let's dive deeper.
And then that's it for
If
Stanley
you've ever
Parable.
told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and
Oh,
spelling your
it
name.
gets weirder from here.
Provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny
What
with
the
the funny."
funny?
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. God.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be
Oh
no
my
less
God.
than 10 pages long and should include the same
Raven
question
Software
repeated several
puts
times.
so
Just
much
to
money
ensure
into
the
this.
survey
Like,
taker is
the
actually
production
paying
value is
attention
actually
and not
insane.
simply filling in answers at random.
And I like it.
And that's all there is. With
But then
these
again, you know,
strategies
like,
at your disposal,
some of the,
you'll have
stuff
audiences
was
doubled
part of the
over in
original
laughter,
game, too. Like,
and
the
even
other
tripled over in laughter in
full
no
motion
time
video
at
was
all.
part of the original.
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point. You gut
So you know.
scam. After all, with each of us needed on the front
Wait,
lines of the war
yeah,
against
this is
the
where it
12
gets
negative
weird.
Who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives.
Yeah,
to
this
noble
is where it
cause,
starts
just as our
going,
children
like,
must
Cold
do
War
after us, and their
propaganda.
children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today
Yeah.
as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we
Yep.
have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
That
Well,
instructional video was
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
interesting.
The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you
What?
even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Oh,
I'm
god
going to be
damn
ridiculed in
it.
the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
There we go.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates
Exactly.
in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke
Yeah,
didn't
the joke-
land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately
Also,
after.
I should talk a little bit about,
I've made a fool of
well,
myself.
after this, before we
I
go,
don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, and now time to do one of the
It's
sadder
humility
endings.
to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sorry.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Sad but funny is well described this ending, but oh, it's hard to describe.
Stepping in to the
Basically
manager's office,
think
Stanley
of
was
the
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
What the hell?
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire.
I think it's
if
meant
not
to be
for the
like
soothing
rain or
presence of the
something.
bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours,
I
did the
think
bucket's
that's what
warmth and
that
guiding light
noise is
pierce
supposed
the
to
dark clouds
be,
of
but
confusing chaos. It would be with him always.
I don't know. It doesn't really sound like rain. It
The
sounds
two
more
of
like
them were inseparable.
white noise.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
Ha!
knowledge.
Hell yeah!
The bucket knew all along. Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And behind here is where actually you would find one of the what were they? Stanuligurines? I don't know how you pronounce that. It's or was it figure stanulines?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I don't know which it was anymore.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Like,
went
I
to
actually do
the
genuinely
mind
forget.
control
Wait up.
facility.
Huh? If liaison, call EXT 914 immediately. Okay. I don't know, I just thought it was like... Just I would, find something interesting. Hold up. Never mind. But I do wonder, like, what is EXT914? Like, what is that? Like, is it some kind of, like ventilation service guy? Is it, like, something to do with the mind control facility? Like, what is that? Not exactly sure.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Oh, I know what this is a reference to. So, for those of you who don't know, Valve has never counted to the number 3. Like, never in a million years. Like, they never released Half-Life 3. Well, okay, they did in the form of Alex, but it's not called 3. It's called Alex.
He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over.
I think that's what this is meant to represent. Like, I think this is what this is meant to make fun of.
Such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
gang, how you doing?
Had missed something.
We're doing the last Stanley Parable stream today.
Slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Where we go back through you know, all the best endings, and also show
A hint of regret
through
nagged
browser
back
capture
Stanley's
some of the
mind.
endings that were
Should
actually
he
cut
demonstrate the number 3 for the
from the
bucket
new
again?
version after doing so.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much
And
together.
yes, that
I
is a
want you to
bucket.
see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
No, it's clearly Daniel Ligurine's. Yeah, it was clearly that. It wasn't. It wasn't figure Stanieline's. Just thinking back to what they called them, because
This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, wielding a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a true artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
oh my god.
Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Lots of, Stanley loves the number
Stanley
3.
and the bucket were
Stanley,
so close, they'd always been there
Stanley
for one
loves
another.
number
Why
3.
suddenly could the bucket not connect with this
But
passion
alas-
of Stanley's? The
but
question
alas,
caused Stanley
no one
to
understands
ruminate
him.
the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
And one more thing to know, I just love how there's a huge sticker on it that says property is Stanley.
I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this
Exactly.
discovery of Stanley's.
Or it would
And
just
would bring through the
result in
public
everyone just
that the bucket
straight
would
up
finally understand Stanley's work.
just disregarding his press conference and not showing up. But hopefully it doesn't come to
For
that.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference.
World's
building
healthiest
excitement
human
around
being.
it, developing and rehearsing
How
it
he
until
did
it
the
couldn't be
pyramids.
refined a single measure
The guy who went to
further.
Mars.
When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
There's also World Peace Baby. World's first sentient machine. Oh my god, it's a whole bunch of 3s.
This was
Three really fancy
one last
3s.
chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
The dude came up with pizza. Hi, the Lord. Meet and greet. And of course, doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
Yeah.
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious,
Yep.
that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that
Yeah, this
day at the
ending
press
does get
conference.
pretty dark.
There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true
What it really means to
companionship,
press 3,
cast
the number
back
3,
into
on the
the
keypad over and
unremarkable
over.
normalcy of loneliness.
But alas, no one's interested. Alright,
All of his
let's
coworkers
check.
had gone.
Where's one of the
What
last
did he
heaven
know?
ending?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Because we need to fully input that, because
Stanley cradled the
otherwise
bucket
we
in
won't
a
be able
gentle
to
embrace,
do one of the endings that I have not fully done yet, which,
assertive, yet compassionate.
well, it's both of the heaven endings actually.
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Well, actually no, I have done the
chest
first one,
and
but I have not
entered
fully
the
done the
door on his
bucket
left.
one.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen? while his
400
senses were
years?
turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Or even longer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. I can't wait to tell this story to my coworkers, Stanley thought.
Oh, there you
How
are,
amusing
that's
they'll
right.
find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Alright, and then there's one really, really good ending here. That's actually supposed to be a secret ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
And
the door on his
that is actually the, yeah, that's actually the main,
Yet there was not a
elevator
single
ending.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody.
I'll be right
He
back.
began
I'm a
wildly
little
tearing
hungry.
through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna be getting actual dinner here soon. And wait up! Hamna Hamna! Stop the press! Did it just open on its own? Huh.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
Yeah, this is one of the
Stanley
best
do
right
it?
here.
Well, he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office. Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Simple. For the suspense.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got
Three,
onto the
three,
elevator.
three.
It's still just exactly what it is.
I have an even
The
better
decision
idea.
you've made to come up
Hang
here and
on.
look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An
That doesn't
incisive
work
rapid
either.
fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
God damn it.
Jolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Simple.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't
I
he?
think therefore I come up with some ideas. Wait a minute. That's not what we want. There we go.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
Or,
The suspense is killing
what if
me.
it's the boss office? But green.
Oh my god.
It's the
The
boss
boss's
office.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
If you want what I mean right now, it's Doritos. I love them.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Alright. One final time.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Exactly! Exactly.
We have no way of knowing what will be at the
Yeah.
top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yep.
I simply don't want to let that
Exactly.
feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride?
And that's
nice
something that a whole
and
lot of people
slow?
just do not really do anymore. Like,
There we go. Isn't this so much
and when they
more
do try to do
exciting,
it,
isn't
it either falls
seems like
flat on
nowadays
space
the only
or
thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible.
just fails
Given big,
altogether.
explosive moments flung right in their faces.
Actually,
from
no,
the
there's
very
a lot of
moment the
games that
things
do
get
suspense
started. But
good
where's the
still.
tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow
Though
and
the
nuanced
game that I
appreciation
played
for the
yesterday
story,
certainly
the
isn't one of them.
characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think,
Horrible
and to
game.
anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling,
No.
Stanley. What
12
you and
minutes
I
is
are
actually
doing
one of
right
the
now.
worst
This is
games
the
I've ever
most
played.
exciting narrative to be developed in years.
Absolutely terrible.
And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the
In fact,
same locations over and
yesterday
over.
was
Truly,
literally
I
the
mean
first
it.
time
This
that
is
I've ever
unique and
changed a
different.
game
It's not
specifically
like anything
because
else out there. You see,
the game
I
was
want
that bad.
stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think.
Like,
I want to be engaged.
I
and
never
not
had to do that
handed to.
before.
We're being fed such unimaginative
Especially
drivel
not
all
change it
the
to,
time,
you know,
and we
something,
all know it,
you know,
which
as
is
amazing
why
as
we're
Papers,
so
Please,
starved for
which
content
Papers,
that
Please is an
makes us
amazing
feel
game.
sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I
Exactly.
didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
As you can see here, nothing does actually change down here whenever you, between the two elevator endings. What does change, though, is that unlike the last one, which was empty, this one...
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
Break a leg, champ.
I'm proud of you, Stanley.
Go get him, Tiger.
It looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Hell yeah. I love this. I love that ending so much.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
What the? The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? We're gonna save the really big ones with like the other games and all that. We're gonna save them for last but not least, pretty much. For like the final little bit of the game.
Yet there was not a single
Before we
person
go
there
over to
either.
watching, the cut
Feeling a wave
innings.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
And I just have to have you listen to this like once
There was
every
nothing here.
Parable
No choice to
stream.
make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. He's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
What? Am I just not allowed to look at this big meaty rich?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing?
Because that's what I'm here for, is just a big meaty
Please offer me
wrench.
some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Nothing else.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh,
Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
I know it sounds slightly lower energy today than usual. I did not sleep at all last night.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yep, that one line there was the...
Well, I've come to a very
Well, no,
different conclusion
actually
about
all
what's
this
going on
was the
right
best
now.
dialogue in the game.
You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave. Nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species. Perhaps there's a monkey.
I just had to do it. I had to.
Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
But I love that. I love that
Coming
entire
to a
sequence.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment...
I'll call it, say the, wait up. Did the broom closet just change? I never noticed that before. Never ever noticed that until now. But, yeah. Oh. Alright. I never really liked this place that much. Like, yeah, the red lights always just, like, give very, very unsettling feeling here. Like, something was gonna just jump out and attack me, kill me, even though I knew that, there's nothing here. Also, also, after looking around, I did deduce, more or less, that this office here, this office setup here, is repeated several times as you, go up the escape pod shaft. Which, not really sure why they did that. Like, they could have had a bit more, like, you know, relative variety, but oh well. Wait up! Hang on, I just noticed, but that's actually the office that the game begins in. It's just overlooking this huge escape pod. Oh, I didn't even notice that until now. Holy! You know what, on second thought, you know what? Yeah, actually, no, it actually makes sense. Sorta. And I particularly dislike this area. Like, this is the area where a monster would start running at you, and you were just forced to basically just run from them. And just right as they have you, you just manage to escape luckily. Like, my god, those kinds of hallways, the level of anxiety is just next level.
Stanley's bucket, the only coworker you would ever truly
The only coworker you truly need. The bucket. And yeah, they actually are chanting bucket. Like, again, like the bucket lore in this game gets really weird, as you're about to find out later on. Will we actually be able to make it to one of those towers before? Because, like, there is a time. Like, it does tick down, and eventually, after a certain amount, you are respawned. But I do wonder if we can actually get to those towers beforehand. Like, is that actually possible? I don't see why not. I will say this is sort of, I won't say calming, but slightly relaxing, I guess? I don't know. Like, I will admit, the chanting is, you know... Yeah, we can't make it. Oh well. And at the end, before we do start watching the endings,
All of his
the
coworkers
cut
were gone.
endings,
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
we will, I will talk a little bit about, current and present, and, you know, like, well, no, present and, like, future series I'm doing, because here's the thing. So, yeah, we'll just leave it there, but, yeah, there's a lot to talk about, because, you know, now we're pretty much done with Stanley Parable, you know, like, just, they're basically doing what is pretty much our send-off stream, more or less. You know, it's time to really get into those other series.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's see.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Wait up! 4B9, but... You know what, never mind.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of...
Cold drinks, $1.25. Which, by the way, is a legally distinct version of cold breeze drinks from the OG game.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Which, yeah, Raven Software had to replace it with their own legally distinct version because the cool breeze drinks are, the cool breeze drinks are part of, yeah, CSGO. Or like the Counter-Strike series in general.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room
because they're also in Counter-Strike Source too.
Overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message. But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room, and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Amazing room!
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ah!
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Huh?
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office.
Lost
had begun.
cat,
So far off the
Gene.
beaten path that it seemed the office.
Or
had
that's
begun.
like a
So
reference
far
to
off the
anything.
beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd
And it just
adventures
snooze,
we've been
but the
through, and it all
narrator's
turns out I'm
mic
just a
sounds
tape
slightly
recording?
different.
It was all just in Stanley's head.
In
I bet
this,
that's
like,
the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every
like,
time you watch a movie,
is
where
it just
turns out
me,
all to
or
be in the
does
main
their
character's
mic
imagination, you must absolutely
does their mic
bolt off the
actually
couch in pure shock
sound
at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling? It must be so simple
different?
to be you. Life being an unending
Like, I don't know what it is.
waterfall of
I just
surprises
can't
and
put my
delights.
finger on it.
How much more exciting you must find the world
But
than the
so it
rest of us
just
do.
sounds different here.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Not sure.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I will say they do take care to not,
Is Stanley
you know,
without
make
the bucket really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
not like make the bucket and like modern Unity stuff
Stanley
clash
clutched the
too
bucket
much
tightly
with
to his chest and entered the door on his
clash too
left.
much with all the stuff carried over from the Source Engine version. Like they do at least put effort into like, you know,
Stanley
make you
needed
look
the bucket's
consistent
warmth
for
and
most
comfort
part.
now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh yeah, there was also a really cool scene where you collected all the Stanley figurines. Not even gonna try to bother pronouncing their third name, well, their name a third time.
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster.
God damn it, I just screwed up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Wait up!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh man, I find it weird when it does this.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
I wonder, if you get the blue office, does it like change? I don't know.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Left or right? Yeah, we're gonna be doing. We're actually gonna be going right. Left because we're gonna be doing the bucket escape pod, which is actually quite different.
Still, no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We'll explain why when we get there. Well, actually, no, I'll just show you.
Stepping in.
Perfect. Wait. I never noticed this either, but hang on. Wasn't the room angled differently when we left, and now it's yeah, very curious. I don't know. Once again, having a safety bucket just doesn't make this area feel any better. It's still just creepy as ever. Oh god, I really do not like being here at all. Like, sure, if it was like a highly populated area where the elevator was actually moving up and down the shaft, and there were people working inside the offices, you walked up, yeah, it would have been, slightly less anxious, but here, just all alone, with literally no one else here, yeah, absolute nightmare fuel. Come on, come on! I know this is coming after me, but I really do not want to be here. He's giving the bucket caresses. Which, okay. I don't know how they got to, like, the spotlight in Unity to look like the sources and projected texture. Not sure how they did that.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Wait. Where's Bucket? Alright, we set up in the rocket. I hate Mondays. There's a door that would be clicking for... Wait. Hang on. Are you telling me that I could actually... get back here?
All of his co-workers
Stop
had
the
gone.
presses!
What
Stop the
could it
presses!
mean?
I actually have to
Stanley
investigate
decided
this.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
No, we can't go down there. Like, seems that we suggest you could.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
You know what? We'll do the other confusion ending after. You know, we'll do both confusion endings at the very, very end. Right before we go to the blue door ending and all that jazz. So, yeah.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I swear I just saw. Never mind.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office...
Synchronize core value expenditures. Shift global market forward. Or paradigm, not forward. Monetize free to play. God, that sounds like a lot of game companies now.
Upstairs to the boss's office.
There is no ending here, but I did want to point this out. Apparently there's an elevator back here, and I don't know what it does. Like, I've never been able to get an ending from this, but there is at least one there. Just, I don't know, something to note.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Being guided by a bucket. Let the bucket guide you. And my PC's still doing the weird scuffy scuff cutout thing. Yeah, I need to replace this computer very, very soon. Like, you keep hearing about these rumors about some kind of, like, cyber attack on OBS that's causing issues too. I've never truly believed those rumors. Like, I don't know, it just sounds so weird because, like, isn't OBS supposed to be, like, you know, like, in order to cause problems, they would have to, like, cyber attack YouTube itself, right? Like, that's just my way of thinking about it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
But I don't know, maybe I just don't understand how OBS works. You know, that could be too. Like, I don't pretend to be a master of all things.
Room packed with television screens.
Like, there are a lot of things that I admit that I do not know.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ah!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
Hey, Vixen, stop freaking out!
He fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out
because
of
it
this
could totally
enormous
just
pit,
not
and so
be
eventually
understanding how
they
it
decided
works.
that the best thing to do would be be to
Like, I'm
simply
not
get
denying that's a
Crusoe down here.
possibility.
So they set up a little couch
But,
and relaxed. It
I don't know,
really wasn't so
I
bad
just...
down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
Like, why would it
After
need
some
its
time had
own
gone by,
servers
they
if you're
installed a few
just...
shelves as well, and a sort of
You know,
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving for
one room
meals.
makes sense, I guess.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled
Yeah.
him deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach
Jesus,
out to
how
him
many
again
cups
and
of
again,
coffee
but
were
to
they
no
going
avail.
through?
All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on.
An ending in itself.
The two of them waited for a very long
Granted,
time.
that would mean you would starve to death, but... whatever. There we go. Now Vixen's over whatever was going through her system. Oh, nope, she's not. What has been going on with Vixen recently? Like... She just freaks out with certain games now, it seems. Like... It's not even a problem with OBS itself. It seems to be a problem with just certain game engines. Like... Wolf RPG Creator and Unity just seem to have the worst luck. In terms of, like, just OBS scuffing with them for some odd reason. At least on this PC. And I think the reason is that, like, I think it has something to do with my GPU. Like, something to do with the encoder, because... Like, a lot of the errors I get are, like, encoder overload and stuff like that. So whatever it is, it seems to be a problem with the physical graphics card itself. And not actually OBS. Like, OBS is just freaking out, experiencing trouble because of what's going on with my actual GPU. At least that's the conclusion I came to, based on all the symptoms I've seen. Like, it seems to be related to whatever's going on with my my actual graphics card, and it just having some kind of weird, for whatever reason. Well, actually no, for a very obvious reason, having direct influence on OBS and making OBS freak out. But yeah, I believe all the global cyber attack claims about OBS recently are just bullshit. Because, again, you know, here's the thing. Joshua is a really good artist. Like, he is a stellar artist. And he is, and he's just a cool guy overall. But I don't know, when it comes to tech stuff, he's just not very tech literate. So that's why I just find it hard to believe. That's why I just find his claims hard to believe, you know, it's just because Like, I don't know. I just find it hard to believe that it's just, like, like, one guy cyber attacking a bunch of servers connected up to OBS would just for what reason would they need their own servers? For one thing, like, for what reason would they need them? And for another, like, you know, it just doesn't really make sense. I don't know. It's one of those bizarre little moments where it's just like, yeah, I don't believe.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing.
Like,
they'll
I
find
think
it.
you are
Hey,
not
won't we all just
fully
laugh and laugh at
understanding
the time I
how
thought
it
everyone had
works.
gone missing.
And also, in my case, it always goes weird and wacky after a certain period of time. Like, before, like, genuinely most of the time, it seems to start disconnecting and having, like, really bad issues after, like, anywhere from, like, 2 to 3 hours. Like, that's... So, I don't know, it just seems like, again, something's up with my GPU. Which is really not great, because... There's a reason... Because the entire reason I'm making streams extra long right now is also because of the same issue that's causing the OBS freakouts, my GPU. So... You see the problem there. Yeah, not great.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
I'm just gonna try to wait and see if my PC gets out whatever funk she's in right now. And then... Maybe... And then... After that, we'll just go right to, Yeah, we're just gonna go. It's clear that Vixen's not getting out whatever this
Stanley
is.
clutched the
That
bucket tightly
she's
to his
like...
chest and entered the door on his left.
Maybe the GPU's just dying now. Maybe that's the problem, is that
Still no
it's
one
just
was here.
straight up dying
Stanley
now,
needed
will
the
not
bucket's
behave
warmth
no
and
matter
comfort now
what.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's
If
office
that's the
was where
case,
his
then
son
we
was
are
going to
so
escape. Stanley
screwed.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
Yeah,
His boss
exactly.
would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's
Okay,
when
I think
Stanley
Vixen
realized,
finally got out of
this
her.
isn't
Nope,
my
she
bucket.
didn't.
It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Uh-oh.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychological.
Yeah, it's just an issue with Unity engine. Like, I don't know what's going on.
He noticed that the rooms were repeating, which
Like,
was, of
what
course, very
ugly interaction does Unity have
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my
with my
bucket, I've
PC
gone
that makes
truly
it
mad.
freak out?
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now. He heard
I don't know, I might...
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his
Wait
old
up.
friend.
I
It
just
was the
realized,
only way
but
to truly restore his sanity.
none of
And
these
then
are actual...
Stanley
the
was
actual
dead in his
bucket.
tracks. He knew where the voice of the
Eh?
bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him.
What? Ah!
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony.
Oh. Whoa, it gets even stranger.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose,
Oh, it gets
dressed,
even
picked up her
stranger.
bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this
Finally, I think Vixen's out of whatever
the body of a man
she
who
was
had
in.
stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions, and how everything is predetermined, and free will is an illusion, and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken
Like,
his
I love
bucket
this
with
game.
him.
I love this game,
He
and, like,
realized
its
he'd forgotten his
insights
bucket at
on,
home
like,
in the first place.
video game narrative and stuff. Like, I just love that.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course,
Like,
she
this
had
game
no
is
time
really
for this.
brilliant.
There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way at work. Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The actual ending is actually sadder. By the way, like, it is actually, like,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
way,
left.
way darker. And that's what we're gonna be
Yet
doing
there was not a single person
immediately
here
right
either.
now.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post.
Oh yeah, and
during
under the stairs is where you'll find another Stanley
And such a
figurine,
competitive
and
comment,
finally my
why had
PC
he taken
snapped
that
out of
risk?
it.
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His
God,
boss
I
would
hate
think he
this
was
thing.
crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence. In
And
a
now it's
single
right back
moment,
to
for
where it
no reason at all.
was.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did
Huh?
the doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Except it wasn't a dream is the problem.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually
Where
gone.
that leads?
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
To
Then he
infinity
imagined
and your
himself soaring
mom!
into space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still
My
not
PC's
woken
run a
up.
bit more
How
stable
was he
now,
remaining
like...
so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all
I don't know,
entered Stanley's head. Why,
did
he
my
was
PC's
amazed he
hard
hadn't
drive
asked
just
himself
screw up
sooner.
and corrupt my
Why is there
OBS?
a voice in my head dictating everything he's ever been in his life? Now, hearing the voice speak,
There we go! Now fixing God again!
after all, he knew for certain beyond a doubt that this was in
Yeah,
fact
I
a
am
dream.
about ready to
Did
throw
the
this
voice not see him
PC
float amid
away.
the magical
It's
stars just a moment ago? How else
actually
would the
getting
voice explain all
insane.
that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely,
And plus,
surely, if he could just...
after I played Elite
He would
Dangerous
prove it.
earlier, my
He would
NVIDIA
prove that he
drivers,
was in
like GeForce
control,
Experience,
that
gave
this
an
was a
error
dream.
message.
So he closed his eyes
So I
gently,
think that
and
my
invited himself to
NVIDIA
wake.
drivers got
He
corrupted
felt the cool
too,
weight
which
of the
is
blanket
even
on his stomach,
worse.
the press of the mattress on his back.
So yeah, it isn't my
Right down
OBS.
to the ground.
It's just straight up.
Let me
Now my
make you,
graphics drivers
he
are
thought to
are
himself.
corrupted. Like, it's not
I'm
only the
through
card,
with this
it's the
dream.
drivers
I wish
too
it
now.
to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife.
So great, my hard
and my
drive's failing.
job. All I want is my life exactly
Hopefully
the
it can
way it's
hold
always
out
been.
until I get the new laptop
My
and then
life
transfer
is normal.
everything.
I am normal.
Because I swear to God, if I
Everything will be
lose
fine.
any of the data on this thing, I will
I
scream.
am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn
After,
to
of course,
give
being
call
run
for an
over,
ambulance,
but
for just
yeah.
a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows
Exactly.
what look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how it was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was
But yeah, that's the actual non-bucket ending. A
A
lot darker than
then she remembered the meeting
than the
she had
bucket
scheduled
ending.
for that day.
Yeah,
The
bucket
very
endings are a lot
important people
softer
whose
in
impressions of
some
her would
ways.
affect
Like,
her career, and by extension,
some
the
of them
rest
get
her life.
okay. Some of them
She
do
had no
get
time for
really
this,
dark too.
so
Like
it
the
was only a moment that she stood
the
there, staring down
vent
at the
one
body.
got really,
And then she
really,
turned around.
really dark. As did the one where you had to kill the bucket. That also got really. But a lot of the bucket stuff is usually like, I don't know how to describe it. Just like lighter hearted. I don't know. And now Vixen's right back to square one. Seriously, I gotta figure out what happened. Like, yeah, my graphics drivers are screwed up. Yeah, my graphics drivers are all screwed up now. That's fantastic. Nicely done. It'll probably fail to reinstall them too, so not even gonna try that. But you know.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
To reseat my GPU this week. my GPU woes are getting really bad now. And I'm just getting so sick of it. Like, yeah, there's something very wrong with NVIDIA GPUs in Unity. I do not know what it is. But every Unity game I stream has the same damn issues. And I don't know why. Like, it's clearly not the driver version because it persists across every driver version. And from what I've researched on the issues, it has something to do with, like, NVIDIA and, like, weird proprietary stuff they got going on. So, I don't know.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no?
We're not going to be staying in the employee lounge, unfortunately.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, there's something very wrong.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself
They
to
died
his
together.
death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. We're gonna save the true ending as one of the last before we, You know what? Yeah, we'll figure out the ending order when we actually go there. All I know is that the, is that a lot of the bucket stuff will be first.
Finally, yes.
And then, like, a lot of the bigger, like,
yes, I love
main
the bucket.
endings will be, like, the, will be, like, you know, towards
Stanley
the end.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
The very, very end, we'll do the museum and the, new content with Bucket.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Hell yeah!
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
Yeah,
leading him?
probably.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm so glad that my PC is actually, like, working somewhat now. I did always wonder, what would happen if you, managed to get outside the... Like, I don't know.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
There's
Mind
probably
Control
nothing there,
Facility.
but if there was, that actually would be cool.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life. and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
What the?
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Oh,
The
hell.
bucket had never seen anything
Oh.
like this, and it very
Uh-oh.
nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I do like the new bucket dialogue, though. I do like the bucket dialogue.
Was the bucket under the mind control facilities?
I do think that a lot of stuff regarding the bucket
it didn't wish to do. What kinds of things
is
does
a bit
bucket
more,
want to do or not want to do in the first place?
lighthearted, I
These
guess you could
questions
say.
raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded.
I
from
do
his
like,
very
you know, this little,
The reality of his past began to sink in. Stanley decided
thing
that
down
this
there.
machinery
Like, I get
would
that it's,
never
you know,
again
like,
exert its
part of the,
terrible
mind
power
control
over
system, but
another human life. For
I don't know, I
he and
just
the
think it's,
bucket
like, an
would
interesting
dismantle
design.
the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
In traditional action movie style.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Uh-oh.
The bucket had betrayed him like this. Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image
Yeah,
appeared
there's
upon the
definitely
enormous screen.
something up with Unity.
Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active.
What
again.
the?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Wait,
The
so
mind
it's a...
controls were only a facade to disguise
Yeah,
their
this-
true intentions.
the
At the
bucket...
back of this
Yeah, the bucket...
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this.
Yeah, the
incredible
bucket stuff with the
Stanley
mind
and
control
the bucket never
facility
found
is
freedom
just...
because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place.
It's actually pretty cool.
Living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Like, it's different.
Of
It's,
all
you
the
know...
possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we're gonna save the big the really bad ending. We're gonna save that for
All of his co-workers were gone.
the
What
very
could it
end,
mean?
along with
Stanley decided
Blue
to go
Door
to
and
the
all
meeting
that.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
By the way, if you're wondering like why we're not covering that one yet.
One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
With the bucket.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Ah!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked
God damn
would lead
it!
to the separation of himself and the bucket.
That is one thing I will complain about.
So he
Is
threw himself to his death. that they might die in one another's
I do
arms.
not like how they
Deeply
linked
touching.
the right click to the walk. Like, why did you do that? Huh? But yeah, this is normal heaven. Oh yeah, you have to actually reset this on your own. You cannot... It never does it for you in this section. But look at him, he even has a job pushing buttons in heaven. Which I find hilarious. I do not want this again. Let's see, can we get the blue room? Can we get like the groovy blue office? Because the groovy blue office actually has a few endings that are not available in the normal office. No, it's just the normal office again. Not what we want. Now it's this again. Uh, Come on, at least just give me the whiteboard ending once. Just once. For the Stanley send-off. Pretty please game? You mind doing that? The sequel is now paused. I didn't even notice that before until now. You know what? For one big finale, we might... Oh god. Not what we want. A little warmer, I guess. No, that's colder. That's way colder. Not there. Come on. I guess we'll get it when we get it.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Huh. Alright, so we did the bucket.
It's bucket time.
But yeah, we're gonna try,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket
Stanley
was
took the door on
wrong.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
We're gonna try this again.
Said the bucket.
Don't go
I always
to the
have
meeting
trouble.
room. Go
I always
somewhere
have trouble
else.
jumping
The
on.
cargo lift, yes. Go good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger! Danger everywhere! Or danger! Danger everywhere! Because of
No,
course,
stop. Look there on the
place
wall.
like
See, there's
this,
a sign right there.
it's
It
danger
says,
everywhere,
"No
so,
buckets past
yeah.
this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Hang on!
If that's
Are,
true,
are
well,
you
my
saying
goodness.
that?
I think we have to do
Well,
something.
okay,
This misunderstanding
Stanley
could
could
have
be
dire
stupid, but
consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding.
yeah,
of what
exactly.
is and isn't a bucket. Please step in here for a moment.
Alright. My PC is freaking out again. Yeah, there's definitely something up with Unity Engine. Like, Unity Engine just does bad stuff to my PC for some reason. I don't know, like, what's going on there. Like, I'm just confused. Like, it's one of the most confusing things, because here's the thing. Unreal have minimal issues with that. RPG Maker has minimal issues. Every other game engine, but no, it's Wolf RPG Creator and Unity that are just bad. I don't know what's going on.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios,
Just
and
could
you'll
never
tell me
figure it
whether
out.
or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
Alright?
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or
And
is
is it a
not
bucket?
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a actual bucket.
Yeah, no more Asus Gaming Champion components for now on. All ROG, any and everything ROG for now on. I'm not buying any more ROG stuff. Just screw that. This,
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
yeah, no more Asus for now on. Obviously
Correct.
not.
This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next.
I actually answered all of them correctly, though.
Is this a bucket?
Obviously not.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
That's a tractor, not a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Got
Schrodinger's bucket is a bucket and not a bucket at the same time.
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No!
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Yeah, he
Am
can't
I
even answer
a
what
bucket?
a. Wait.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
It
Okay,
doesn't go how he
okay.
wants, though. As he literally
What
Thanos
happened?
snaps
Is
everything from
everything gone? Why
existence.
did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity.
Hell yeah!
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Make them go insane. Even overload their brain, causing instant death.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Hey, this is, but
Stanley decided to
right
go to the
here,
meeting room. Perhaps he had
the
simply
smallest
missed the
actually
memo.
say the end is never the end, over and over again. True to both the title of the stream and to the game's motto. Alright. So, let's see. We did that. We did that. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business,
9.5 out of
Stanley
10.
took the
It's
first open door on
okay.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
But that, I mean, he means no one thinks you're powerful. Alright. Be right back. I'll get my dinner. Great, now my YouTube doesn't even... Well, it does display the correct amount of followers, or correct amount of viewers. When I look at it from, like... There we go. Yeah, now it's counting correctly. Yeah, this PC's issues actually, like, directly affect the connection.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
His servers,
It
it's
was only
really
a matter of
awful.
time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm just eating right now. Ah. Alright. You know what?
It's bucket time.
Let's go ahead and get all the other bucket innings done.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
And then we'll start moving on to the big stuff.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the...
Then after that, we'll just show all the cut innings from the original that never made it into,
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful
Never made to
the bucket
remaster.
turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
And the final main bucket ending, well, okay, actually no, there are a few more main bucket endings, but the final two main bucket endings are where things get really crazy.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Hey, there's the
bucket you're carrying around
wife, the baby, me.
The original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley.
The computer.
Classic characters from the first game, like
Hey, broom closet!
and the broom closet.
Oh, there's
Because
the one.
that's what
There's the
fans want
adventure
from a
line.
sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes.
Adventure line
That's what the fans
TM.
want. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember
Hell
all those
yeah.
great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted
Yeah, the best dialogue.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley?
What
You
the?
need the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Alright.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the
Goodbye,
machine
but
when you're
wait, I can't throw it in. I can't put it in. Oh, god damn it.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other
Alright.
game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the
I'm
fans
trying!
what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Finally, we got the blue office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Which one was it? Yeah, this one. Welcome to the whiteboard ending. There's this little thing called dog mode down here. I don't know what that's about. Perhaps somebody could enlighten me. And like, you know, give an explanation as to what that's like referring to, because honestly, I'm a little confused. Like, I don't know. Like what is it? I don't know. Just always found strange.
It's bucket time.
I like the blue office though. Well, sure it's not as big or as grand as the other one, but I don't know, it just has like its own personality to it, I guess. Oh, and plus you can actually get
Stanley
a
pressed the
direct
bucket
view
upon
of
every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's
that
touch,
area
but
too.
it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
Alright.
calling to him, telling him that the employee
We're gonna be
lounge
doing
was
the
simply the
final
place to be.
two bucket
And here
endings.
it
Well,
was.
actually,
Had the
no.
bucket turned
The
out to be
final
true?
bucket ending
Was
will be
there-
the
Never
big
mind.
ending in the
The
end.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
Alright!
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then,
Wait,
very
I just
distressingly,
realized, but
he
the
began to
name
believe
of
the
his
bucket could speak
apartment
to him.
is also 427. Wait, where the hell is that bucket?
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh, trust me.
Lately, I've been concerned about him.
It goes
I'm
a
sure
very
he's
different
concerned as
direction,
well. To see
in
him
the way you're...
delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object. I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
It doesn't do anything else.
But doesn't mean I can't have fun with it.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened
It just
to.
does, but
Now,
the
all he
music
cares about is this
actually
awful
gets
bucket,
very
this
creepy.
stupid hunk of metal.
Like, you can already tell that the direction it's gonna go just a little
Sad.
bit.
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
And that's where I started to realize his,
Yes, I suppose on
feelings for a
closer
bucket.
inspection, that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings.
wait, Hamana!
Why do I want to be
Oh, ew, oh boy.
to say, do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Yeah. It actually went there. Went down a very dark path indeed. Of, attraction
All
for
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
a
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It's bucket time.
Alright, it's time for the final bucket ending, and then we're getting on to the juicy stuff. Then we're getting on to, like,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
or
door
like,
on his left.
second to final. I think there's a few more bucket endings, but unfortunately,
Still no one was here.
the big
Stanley
one
needed the
is
bucket's
at the
warmth and
end.
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an...
And this is where the bucket lore
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
gets
Was
next
the
level
bucket
wild.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Is down here.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, no, it seems perfectly safe. Like, I don't think we're actually gonna. Ah! Who would even have that giant thing down here? For that matter, who would even need to press that big?
Closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant,
The bucket
the bucket's
died.
life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
And I absolutely
It was a
love this
shame,
area.
the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets
Both
are
the normal
radiant in their
museum
own
and
way,
the
but this one stood above the rest.
bucket
It
museum.
was a glorious bucket to behold.
A beautiful bucket. A strong bucket. The bucket welcomes you to this exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. Well, mine's never empty. It's full of stream ideas, porn, a couple of other wonderful and not so wonderful things. You pretty much get it. But throughout the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket of its history is the one true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here without you to the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourselves and others as a result, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live in ignorance and darkness? So yeah, it
Can you
really
see how
gets
arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. That's way more than 25. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of euphoria from the exposure to this many buckets at once. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Each year, dozens are put to death for even attempting it. The Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that entire nations went to war with one another to control it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. And in case you haven't picked up, the song in the background is actually chanting Gamarata, who, as you know, in this game's lore, is basically the bucket god, pretty much. Cave drawing. While we know buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts an early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been around for several millennia. Notice how in these drawings the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear a grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Ah! Oof.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Alright, I think that's it for bucket endings until we, yeah, that is it. Until we go through, the rest of the endings. And then, after we do that, then we're gonna go, well, you know what, never mind.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's see, you know what, we'll do all the ones on this side first.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
Already did
Stanley
the,
walked upstairs to
the
his
crazy
boss's
ending,
office.
where he dies.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered? Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code, for this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright. So the first one we'll do.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Because we already did the ball off the side one, both of them.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
What I realize is that if you look closely, you'll realize that a lot of them
meant nothing.
are actually like cloned images, like copied images.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
The true ending's really powerful,
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
by the way.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And
Just
yet,
look at that.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed
A
into the
lot.
chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing.
Hell yeah.
Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were
I
meant
cry
to
a little.
happen. And Stanley was happy.
Damn, I always tear up a little when we go through that sequence. Besides, we did most of
All of
the
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
endings there already, and plus, I am saving the last big ending there.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
The one that
he
does
entered
involve
door
the
on his left.
bomb,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
the
well.
museum
Perhaps he
ending
wanted to stop by the
for
employee lounge first,
after,
just to admire it.
for right before we do the new content
okay.
route with the bucket.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
What?
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else
God
can
damn
be
it.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
It wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Exactly.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make it better for all people.
There we go.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world...
And there are
sense,
some
and
endings
no
that
time
are
should you
not
make
being
a
fully
choice
touched
that
on,
does not
like...
conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that
Like the
person
Fourth
is not
17
real.
endings not being
Allow
touched
the
on.
person to finish their thought, then
Sending
provide an
is it because
excuse why you cannot
I've showed that
continue
off
talking.
in previous
Turn to a
streams.
partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it
Self-destruct
4:30?
ending gives
I'm
me...
supposed to be having a
I don't
back
know.
sack and crack."
You know what? I'll do it.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
Oh, God!
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
Wait up!
You may have noticed that
What
the
the?
rules began to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through
Exactly.
the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Let's see.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And immediately you'll notice that things have massively changed.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I can't do it. It's not letting me.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
No, I can't say it.
The code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I can't say it. Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
But court, wait. What the?
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Yeah, that visual there really freaks me out.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to.
Exactly.
He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, they did not change that one, but I do wonder if... Because Stanley Parable Adventureline changed
Whatever
textures
choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take
for
that step forward,
3
please. Choose.
and 2.
Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this.
So wonder if it will like
Story.
change for this
Can you
too.
hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
All right.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
And yeah, we're good now. So we have two options. We can either do the adventure line ending, the main adventure line ending, or we could just go and catapult right off to
Stanley came to a set of
the
two
blue
open
door
doors.
and
He
then
entered the door on his
the
left.
museum and then...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
You know what?
Stanley knew it
No.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And
Yeah,
so
we're
he
gonna be
detoured
doing the
through
confusion
maintenance section,
first.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Well,
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
and then we're
He
gonna be
wanted
doing
to
the
wander
other two.
about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Yeah, they,
Close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
And that's...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you
Something
change
did
anything when you
change,
were back
but
in that
it wasn't
room with all the
Stanley's fault.
monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Sorry. I feel better now.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There we go.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back
All
the
right.
other direction and see if we missed anything?
I love how these Minecraft door sounds, by the way. I know that I do mention this a lot, but they actually do.
Aha!
I love that.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Wait up!
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Wait.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Line TF. Yeah, they trademark everything. Wait, does it actually? Oh, it does! Stanley Parable 5! Yeah, Stanley Parable 5 Adventure Line. I'm sorry, I just had to see. I just had to see if it actually changed.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Really nice fern, and plus it does have proper jiggle physics. Wind jiggle physics, not jiggle physics, but you know what I mean.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, and, well, as for the line leads, well, Let's take a look. And I am hitting my shift key the whole time,
Oh,
despite
no,
the fact
not
that the shift
again,
key is
Mike.
not even
How could you have done this to us? And after
linked
we
up to
trusted
anything
you,
in this
after
game.
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Adventure
We're
line
intelligent
TM.
people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
You
Stanley,
TM!
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
No,
Wall.
I do wonder.
Well,
Did
who
they
consulted
originally
me?
plan to have
Why
the
don't I get
rest
to
there,
decide?
or
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
I don't know.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game
I
to
don't
keep
really know.
restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
I wouldn't say that,
Whatever
but
it is that made this schedule, how would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind
yeah,
of story.
kinda.
Don't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right
Yeah.
now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Do wonder what that beeping is, though. Like, surely I'm not the only one who like, asks questions about the beeping.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in
Alright.
his life.
So... yeah, that's right, blue door ending. And then museum, and then...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
finally
this was
we
not
finish
the
off
correct way to the
back
meeting
in,
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Yeah, then we finish off
But
back
eager
in,
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
well, no, we finished the game itself,
Stanley was so bad at
I
following
should say.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah,
Look,
we finished
Stanley,
the game
I think perhaps
itself.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story,
Oh,
and no one
god
gets to tell him
damn
what
it!
to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
God
Good job, Stanley.
damn
Everyone
it!
thinks you are very powerful.
That's the third time that has happened to me. You know what? Great, you can't unbind them.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Nope, that didn't work. It
Stanley
did
came
not.
to a set of
It did
two
not
open-
unbind
This was
them
not
at
the correct
all.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
Oh,
the
well.
employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want
That's
something
what it's
bad
for.
to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
No buckets
Let me
past
prove
this
that
point.
I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know
I'm
so badly
curious.
what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
Whoa.
Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this
Why
is what you
was
wanted to
plan
see.
back here
Help me,
though?
Stanley, help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest.
Oh,
I'm looking for some real
see.
critical feedback here. Aha!
Of course.
You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
And my stream nearly crashed again. I'm about ready to throw this computer in the garbage.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, Honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh yeah, it's this
In
one.
this game, the baby crawls
And you
left
can
towards
play
danger.
this for
You
literally
put
the
button to move
entire
back to the
time.
right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Like, you can't play it
It's a
for
very
all
meaningful
4
game,
hours.
all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly
But
confronting
here's the
the
thing.
demands of family life.
Here's the
I
big
think
thing.
the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear
Doing
once you've been playing
so,
for about 4 hours.
I
So
don't
why
feel
don't you
comfortable
give
doing
it
so.
4 hours
For
of
one thing,
play
my
and make
PC
sure
is
it's
not
effective.
stable
Be
enough, and
sure
for
that
another,
you know
YouTube
someone
already has like
upstairs.
very strict limits on how much time you can actually stream.
You heartless
So
bastard.
yeah, no.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Well, it's obviously about being,
Well, it
you
seems
know,
obvious
part of
to me that
Firewatch.
You are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below
That's
you
not all
in the
what,
creep tower. Perhaps for some
you
sort
know,
of
being a
twisted
Firewalk is
erotic
about.
purpose.
Yeah,
Yes, that must
that's
be.
not all.
What a
That's
fascinating
not all
venture into the experience of
that's
total
not the
mental
story of Firewatch at
depravity.
all.
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's
Could
even
not speak
more.
for a minute there.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that
And again, here's the thing about open world games.
Wandering around, no right or wrong
I just have
directions, no path to
a
follow. You
tougher
can just
time
go
streaming
in
them
any-
because it's hard to like pace
Oh,
them out
thank
and
heavens
figure
we're
out how to
all
like,
right.
you know,
We're out of the
properly
woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us
properly
out of here.
pace them out so
Let's
that
find
they can like,
another
you know,
game. Preferably
be
something with
streamed
walls.
in like
Something
a
with
manner where
nice,
this,
big,
you know, like the story
insurmountable
makes some kind of
walls.
like sense. If you get what I mean by
I
that.
think this will be just the thing.
It really just streaming them in a manner where,
See,
you
this is
know,
exactly what I had in
things
mind.
actually like,
Just a nice big box for you to run
oh,
around
what
in.
is it?
There isn't
Things
any
like,
possibility that
you
you
know,
could
like,
get lost here. Now this
make,
is game design. Stanley,
you know,
if
where
you
like
manage to get lost in
episodes
this
could be
game, I
broken
will
up,
be
you know, like
phenomenally
where
impressed.
events could be broken up to like, you know, little stream episodes where, you know, I do
Okay, so
one
what
thing
exactly do we do here?
each
Let's
stream.
see.
Like that was the
There are
main
lots of cars
issue
here in
with
the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
that's the big
Okay,
issue
I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back
with
here. Is
with
this
open world
sports
games.
Ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
This, by the way, is Rocket League.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Are
Is
you
it better
awake,
than my
son?
miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
I wonder how much this costs him in royalties to, like, get Epic Games to actually work with them on
Well, I sure hope
this.
you're having a good time, because guess what?
I mean, Raven
It's
Software is owned by
over.
Activision,
That's
so
right. Your little fun
I wouldn't
comes to an
see
end.
how they would have
This is
issues
my
with it.
game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I
Nah,
let
it's
you,
probably
Stanley.
cheap.
Besides, you need someone like me to
It's
set
probably
boundaries for you.
reasonably
Without
cheap.
rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you'd like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing?
Ah!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
You know, the beta sections of Stanley Parable like this, you know what it really reminds me of? It really reminds me of, well, welcome to Black Space. You have been here for as long as you can remember. Yeah, it reminds me very heavily of Black Space from Memori, which that place was very fucking creepy beyond all measure. Like, I genuinely almost had a heart attack played through that.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to the
But yeah, Amori's Black Space was I almost had a heart attack. Let's just say that. Like,
the end will be here.
that was the hardest scream I've ever had on stream. Like, that was the hardest I've ever screamed on stream, was seeing that Mari jump scare. I genuinely hope I never get scared like that ever again.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But I know I probably will. Take that for what you will.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
2013 games just hit different.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Alright though, what?
Desperate for
So,
answers, he
yeah,
began
this
turning
ending
the room around
now,
looking for clues that might unravel the situation.
this ending right
Until at
here
last, he discovered a
is,
keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas,
You know what?
no
This time
code.
we'll
For this
go fully
keypad
through
guarded
it.
the
We'll go
terrible
fully
secret
through
that
the
lay buried below his feet. And so the
secrets
boss
of
had
the
assigned
museum.
it an extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Hold on. Wait up. Hold on. Ah! Sorry, I feel like having to do the scream every time.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he
That's a
resigned
little
and
harsh.
willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Huh? Wait, survived?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now?
Ah, so
Do you
these are
see
the
that
nature
Stanley was
paints.
already
They,
dead from the moment he hit start?
Stanley's computer. The blueprint shows the office layout for the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's two office doors was the first part of the game that was ever built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Corridor. The pacing of the opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. The two doors. The set of two doors is the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable design. Once the room was created, the rest emerged as an extension of it. An exploration of the contradiction this room posed, that being, the illusion of freedom of choice, and how sometimes, while it can, add to a narrative, it can also, a narrative and or story could directly contradict said freedom of choice. A lot of the filing cabinets, all very well designed. These office computers look very old, by the way. In fact, all of them are based off of like mid to late 90s pizza box designs, even early 90s. And there's the three main colors of Office. So you got your normal cream color, your blue, and then your gray. And these are the credits. Here you see, it is indeed the Raven software version, though. Again, a really good game. The selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. An early version of the maintenance room. Yeah, the maintenance room pretty much just retained its original design from very early on, which is nice. That is from one dev screenshot that was never actually elaborated on. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would rage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it, it was far too jokey and on the nose for a tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people like shooters, which was not at all our intention. Oh yeah, the previous version of the choice ending, choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. So, in other words, originally they were going to have a timer where if you didn't pick up the phone, not picking up the phone would cause something else to happen. Whereas picking up the phone within the required amount of time rather, would lead directly to the apartment ending. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping on to a different path. However, in the early versions, we also wanted the player to have the option of falling to their death. And they pretty much carried that through to, if me dying multiple times on stream actually a day wasn't proof enough for you, they carried that all the way to the final version. So, yeah. The second lift is functionally the same as the first, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Okay, so what is my PC doing? But yeah, but it was ultimately the doing. Stop it. Great, my graphics card is just in full shock again. That's so fantastic. I know I whine about this PC a lot, but it really is that bad. Like, I can barely stream on this piece of junk, and I desperately just want to get rid of it. Alright, but let's read that again. The flow of the hallway following the first two doors was always important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed the number of designs, but ultimately it's the simplest one that won out. Really? Now of all times, Vixen? I do wonder though, like, is there like some weird cyber BS going on at OBS, or is it generally my PC? I think it is my PC. Alright, so the lounge has several incarnations. Like they tried option one, which by the way, option one was actually the one that ended up being used. Then there was option two, which was this. Then there was 4 with the vent, and then 3 with the only one option. But yeah, option 1 of course won out, as it was the simplest. Oh, the meeting room projector. That's pretty cool. Zending Mall. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon it and change it shortly before launch. The screenshot shows an early version of the ending known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Yeah, Zending used to be its own event. However, it was gonna be way different than just, falling off a flight of stairs multiple times. Oh. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down. I swear to God, is OBS being cyber attacked? Like, sometimes I do wonder. Like, is it the OBS cyber attack that's the problem? Or is it generally just my PC? Nah, it's my PC. Yeah, there's something up with this PC, and Unity Engine in particular. Like, all other games work just fine. But not Unity ones. Unity's special. There's an early version of the countdown room, which... Oh my god! Vixen! Stop coughing and sputtering and belching! Start working! There. This PC. This godforsaken PC. I am telling you what's the truth. I hate it so much. But yeah, this is the early version of the countdown room, which honestly, I think the early version actually looks a little better in my eyes. Like, sure, they could have carried the giant monitor thing and all that. They definitely could have carried that, but I don't know. I just like. the earlier version's a little bit better. Like, I understand why they decided to merge them, but still. Modern room elevator. For a time, the elevator. Yeah, that's right. Huh. Earlier versus the boss's office. And then there's the early underground.
Lever pushed the number 6. And finally, it pushed the number 6.
Oh, nice.
Now look closely, Stanley.
Vixen's
See
beginning
how
to
it's
freak
impossible
out really bad, and I don't know what's going on. Again, it gets really scuffy-wuffy with Unity, but all other engines work just fine.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you
Lots of tech troubles with this game in particular. Like, every stream I've had the same tech troubles because Unity. Like, I don't understand what's up with Unity Engine and certain NVIDIA GPUs. It just doesn't make sense. At this rate, I might actually switch to Radeon. Like, I might actually switch to Radeon just because
needed to get to the meeting room, and from there
this
on,
is
he would never be
ridiculous.
alone ever again.
How can they have such trouble
It's bucket time.
with Unity? Like, how can NVIDIA... Nah, I genuinely think it's just this card. Like, I think that either the drivers got corrupt or something else got corrupted. Like, or like my GPU's just that dead now. To the point where just certain engines just give it just weird, just cause like really bad reactions for some reason.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which
Yep!
I'm very
I absolutely love this part. This is by far my favorite part of the game. Or at least the Ultra Deluxe is this.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged
Like,
sequel.
I just
An entirely
love
new experience built from the ground up.
this
Why,
design
so many
here.
possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
The end is never
Now, to
the
be clear,
end.
I haven't quite
Again.
nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features. I've been
Valued
developing
investors,
for it.
this way to the
I
floor.
figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Ain't that the truth? What is going on with my GPU and Unity engine? There's something about Unity that's like...
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
And I'm
what
loving
do
the
players
background
really
music.
want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized.
Like, this
and
background
validated
music
as
is a
people.
banger. All the music
So
is
with that
banger in this
mind,
game,
my
but...
first addition to the game is this button, which... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
My
Okay, here we go. Let's take a
my
deep
stream
breath,
cut
clear
out
your
several
mind, Forget
times.
whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Like, I don't know why it keeps cutting out, though. Like, I don't know if there's... because, here's the thing. I keep having a lot of issues with Unity Engine in particular. Like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, is it just something with NVIDIA?
If so, then please
Like, is it
step
just
forward and press the
something with
button.
NVIDIA cards in general? Like... And Unity Engine? Is there just some kind of weird compatibility issue there? Like, what's going on? Like, I know that Joshua did say that it might be, like, some cyber attack in OBS, or did sort of even insinuate that there might be some weird issues with NVIDIA and Unity. So I'm starting to really wonder, is it just, like, an NVIDIA issue? Which, if that is the case, then I am unbelievably mad right now.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
I love that. I love the twos in the wall.
No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
A whole new office. Red's new orange. I like that. New features and content. Enjoy the new features. You know what? I will admit, I love the expo piece. And here's why. It reminds me of, like, a little bit of the Baltimore Convention Center. Don't ask why. I went to some cons there, all I'm gonna say. It also reminds me a little bit of like the OG Despicable Me. Like, you know, just like a lot of 2090 stuff in general. In a very good way, I might add.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I know that does insinuate that you should start out with the hole first.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth
Oh!
of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Yeah, but there's the bucket, or what's left of it. Ah, the infinitely hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
To infinity and your ma!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oh yeah, and really crazy stuff happens if you fall down a bunch of
And I guess
times,
we're
so
back in the
yeah.
hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this. and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to... Oh, for heaven... That's right. The problem is you.
Leave no hole unexplored!
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did
What's
before.
this?
I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't...
Just
think it
the
was that
two of
infinite.
us, yep.
Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point...
Yeah,
where it's no longer
exactly.
feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I can't get out.
Is the, teleport button not working?
At all.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, this is where things get crazy. Huh? What's going on? What the hell is that? Oh shit. Holy shit! It's going deeper? Oh, there's a lot of different music you can play with this thing too. puppies! I know I take note of that every time, but what? The hell is that? What the what? Oh, it's a moray! It's Stan Moray! That's back to normal.
Stanley! Stanley!
Ah!
Look, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh well, never mind. Yeah, the bucket's been destroyed, unfortunately. The button that says gem.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Yeah!
The machine works. Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Hell yeah.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah, pretty
Ready to
much.
move on now?
Wait. What the? Well, never mind. I really like this right here. Like, I like this big, mural. Now that is how you advertise the game.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me do a different
Yeah, there's
arrangement.
potential here.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
Yeah.
They don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't
Exactly.
stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley
Yep.
Parable and simply, well,
Yeah, just
insert a few of the
add
new
your
features
gags
into
to
it.
the
Gracefully, of
to the old
course,
game.
with respect, with care for the vision and integrity
Exactly.
of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
And that is it. That is the finale. That is
This is the story of a man.
yeah. Again, really love all this. This is pretty cool. I like this entire title screen, like right here, absolutely amazing. But anywho, so that's Stanley Parable. Wonderful game. One of the best that I have played of all time. Like, not only was it very, not only did it have a lot of interesting things about, like game narratives and stuff, but I also found a lot of it just to be really entertaining. Like, it was just a generally good game. And, I just generally just got very invested in it and thought it was worth my time. And let's be honest here, I love the music. I love the music. No matter how many times I hear it, I'll just go back to hear it over again because, dear God, is it good. Dear God, is it absolutely incredible. Like, this is an amazing game right here. Absolute 10 out of 10. Um, like, the graphics are amazing, the gameplay is amazing. Well, okay, the gameplay is, it's your basic walking sim, but a really fun walking sim with lots of really cool stuff and really important, really important like game narrative discussions, all that, like really good, really, really amazing. Absolutely love it. So yeah, um, uh, if you have the time, and money, go ahead, absolutely check this out. It is absolutely worth it, for sure. Is all I'm gonna say. One of the best game experiences I have had in a very, very long time. So yeah. Oh yeah, but before I go, what the hell are some of these news articles? Copy link. Yeah, before we go, we're gonna show off some of the endings that got cut from the release, from the Raven Software remake, because they did cut some of the endings. Like, I get why they cut them from like a narrative perspective and all, but in all honesty, it was really unfortunate that some of them were cut in the first place. Like, that was really not all that great.
Stanley, this is me being
But this
serious.
was one that
In
did have
fact,
to be
this is
cut
my
in the end
serious
because. Oh my god. This piece of crap. Let me check down detector. Because I don't think it's YouTube. I think it's just my PC having more trouble. Let's see. Yeah, it's not YouTube. No, it's just my PC having its usual issues. God, I hate this PC. Absolute garbage. Not.
It's possible I looked at over 1,000
There
tables.
we
I
go.
honestly don't know. The specific number isn't as important as the understanding that of all tables I looked at, this one is the most serious. I relate this story to impress upon you the extent to which this is the most serious room I have, which is why I brought you here. You just tried to activate server cheats, which of course runs the risk of breaking the entire game. You've got no
But yeah,
respect
this one
for
had
the
to be
strict
removed
order of
because
scripted
this is part
narrative
of Source
events, and
Engine.
I
This is
just
part of the
can't have
original
that.
Source Engine game,
It's
and
time to get serious, Stanley.
it was
No
activated when
jokes,
you
no
use the
games.
Source
Outside of this
Engine
room,
built-in
I might be more
dev
tolerant of
console,
those
which,
things, but
by
now
the way,
we're
is
in
built
the
to all
room.
Source Engine
Which is why
games
I'm
and is
subjecting
perfectly
you to the
accessible
most serious
from
punishment I can think
the
of.
the developers,
100
the
billion trillion
clients,
years
the
standing here in the
gamers,
serious
the
room.
people who actually
Perhaps
play the
after that,
games.
we can talk about the
Like,
severity of your actions and
it's
whether you've
it's
learned
accessible to
anything.
everyone.
But until then, serious room, go.
But let me there we go.
Stanley, this is me being serious. In fact, this is my serious room. It's where I come to be serious. That table is
Not
the
that
most serious
way.
table I could find. I looked at many, many tables, hundreds of tables. It's possible I looked at over 1,000 tables. I honestly don't know the specific number.
I love this.
As the understanding that of all tables I looked at, this one is the most serious. I relate this story to impress upon you the extent to which this is the most serious room I have, which is why I brought you here. You just tried to activate server cheats, which of course runs the risk of breaking the entire game. You've got no respect for the strict order of scripted narrative events, and I just can't have that.
Yeah.
It's time to get serious, Stanley. No jokes, no games. Outside of this room, I might be more tolerant of those things, but now we're in the room. Which is why I'm
The
subjecting
serious
you to the most
room.
serious punishment I can think of. 100 billion trillion years standing here in the serious room. Perhaps after that, we can talk about the severity of your actions and whether you've learned anything. But until then, serious room, go. Whoa, did we not have the talk? Are we not in the serious room this very moment? Did I not tell you how many tables I looked through? I'm going to be conservative and say it was somewhere in the tens of thousands of tables. Any reasonable person would say I spent an absurd amount of time doing nothing but looking at tables, and I genuinely considered each one too.
Really,
I
just
took
a
hell
little
of a lot of
download
notes.
and you
I
freak
kept
out.
the notes in a different room. That room is less serious than this one. It's more of a notes room. Again, the point of this story is to convey how serious I feel this cheating issue is. And I'm sure you'll agree with me once you've fulfilled your new punishment. Infinity years in the serious room. I generally have trouble reading human emotions, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you're devastated by this crippling new punishment. As well you should be. It's the most serious I could think of. Can you get more serious than that? No, you can't. Don't try. Still no effect. The problem is clearly the serious room. It isn't serious enough. That's on me, Stanley. I apologize. I'm going to the store to look through more tables. Hopefully I find one that conveys how wrong what you're doing is. Now, where did I put those notes? No!
Yeah, we don't want that. There we go. Let's see here. Yeah, well, never mind. Uh, and not what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, the stream was super scuffed tonight. But that's no matter. There was also one with disco lights where all the monitors would start going different colors, but I can't find it right now. I don't know. Maybe I'll find it next stream. Who knows? But yeah. That was pretty much it for this stream. I honestly was well, to be honest, I'm really glad that I got to really have fun with the Stanley Parable as it is. Like, I really enjoyed the game. And all three streams of it. Like, I really enjoyed this game um quite a bit. One of the best games that I have played in a really, really long time. And that takes a lot because usually, you know, I that takes a lot to really impress me like that. Because there have been a lot of games where I started out with initially good impressions and they let me down midway, but no, this one was continuously good. And plus, it was just very enjoyable. It had a lot of cool stuff to talk about. Like it was one of the best games I have played in a long time. Now that being said, uh, there were weird issues with my GPU. I don't know what's going on there. I think it's something to do with Unity itself. In which case, if that's the case, then yeah, I'm a little mad about that. But whatever, whatever. Uh, it's still a really wonderful game, and uh, and I really enjoyed it, and I definitely recommend it. Very, very highly recommend it for sure. Uh, and I was glad that we were able to, unlock those last few endings and figure out what exactly was going on there too. Like, to be honest, that was awesome. That's all I'm gonna say. So, what will we be doing tomorrow? Well, tomorrow, unfortunately, tomorrow is actually not gonna be a stream day because, well, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Outlast Trials with Sarah Dynamite and Joshua over on their channel. So, officially, no stream tomorrow. However, I will have a stream, yeah, the next stream will be, well, next mainline stream will be Monday, and that will probably be either Trail to the Sky, One Shot, or Papers, Please. Or maybe even Bobby Corporation if we actually get down to that point. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll actually have One Shot Part 2 unlocked by then. It's something that I did have my list on that I did have on my list to do for a while, but could never actually find the time to do. So yeah. But hopefully that is the case. Hopefully we can actually figure that out tomorrow, or at least figure that out by Monday. And if not, then we always have one shot. Then we always have Papers, Please, Trails of the Sky, and or oh, was it Wabami Corporation plays. So it could go either way, I guess. It could go any number of ways, in fact. So you know, um, So, whatever happens, happens. Is all I'm gonna say. I'm pretty much gonna be I'm pretty much gonna decide by then, and we'll just go with whatever happens. But I gotta go, and I can't sit forever. You pretty much know the drill. So, thank you all for watching this wonderful stream. I hope you have one for us today, night, week, whatever, and I will see ya all. I will see you all on Monday or tomorrow if I do end up streaming Guard to Phone tomorrow. They will see you all tomorrow too. So yeah. Good night everyone. Stay classy everyone, and good night. And I will see you all on Monday or tomorrow. That is tomorrow if I am actually going to be streaming what's that game called again? Guard to Phone. At all tomorrow. Which is a big if because, again, there was a whole security incident not too long ago, so I'm a little bit apprehensive, but maybe I will. Who knows? So it could go either way. So yeah, see you there, everyone.